Hello, 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 hello. Good day, good morning, good evening, good time of day to you all. Welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I have my co host here, Charlie. Hello, Charlie. She showed up just as I was hitting start streaming, so she knows. She knows that Fridays at 11 is the time to get on camera. What a diva. Eh? Oh, I need to trim your claws. They're very sharp. Alright. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We're doing art today. Um, so, we're going to be probably keeping it relatively short today, I think. We've actually, for the past few art streams, been kind of like working on NPC stuff. And admittedly, that's kind of the main times that I've actually been kind of putting some work into these designs. So I've been doing some other stuff, getting some kind of visuals ready for upcoming release, which is very exciting. So not the best stuff to stream. So I wanted to kind of save the the NPC thing for stream because I think it's kind of neat. It's been an interesting struggle to paint live though, just because I'm not very used to rendering humans, and yeah, I'm more comfortable drawing mice. It would seem after 15 years of mostly doing that. So, hello, welcome. Do I have a drawing of my cat? I don't actually. I should get one or make one. I have a very skilled friend who does watercolors and such of people's animals. Should look into that. But yeah, so yeah, NPC stuff. So if you've been around for the previous ones, uh, again, like right now, I would enjoy creating like items and mice. Is just like currently we're in a stage where we've kind of wrapped up a lot of stuff, and so there isn't necessarily new kind of that stuff to put together at the moment. But that's a good thing for you guys, and you'll see why in a little bit. Not on this stream, but hopefully soon. But yeah, so soon. Um, so I'm continuing on this character thing. It's been an interesting challenge, I can say. But yeah, we started with kind of like a whole sketch of like various ideas of characters. In fact, I should just pull that up because why not? See if I can find that file though. Oh, my face is now super itchy because Charlie is just like she's got super fine hairs that are just in this warmer time just shedding like crazy. Right. Dun, dun, dun. Just digging through my files. There it is. Okay, cool. And it's opening. All right. So this will work. I'm gonna jump over to my screen. So yeah, we like created a bunch of sketches of characters. Off screen, I kind of like juiced them up a bit. I gave them little kind of catchphrases and stuff to kind of give ideas around the characters. And internally, we had like some favorites, Gramplum, and this is Anitha. And then the previous one, we were actually like rendering out Anitha here. And I kind of got like so far on the stream and then wrapped up just because I was staring at it a bit too long, and it was an interesting challenge. I'm going to repeat that a lot, I think. But I kind of came back to it a bit later, worked it up after kind of getting a fresh look at it, running it by the art team and just kind of, bouncing the ideas. And this is kind of like where I've gotten with her now. And I'm much happier with her at this point. There's just like a lot of kind of just little tiny tweaks. It's far too detailed, but it is what it is. And I've messed around with different hairstyles, so this is kind of like sort of what she started with. I guess technically that's what she started with. And then I wanted to try some different things, so um, I kind of enjoy this one, the like the bun with swords in it, because it's cool. Um, and then we were like, what if we like buzz the sides of her head? Very modern, but it's also pretty cool. Uh, and then this one I enjoy. Um, I'm torn between kind of like the bun and the side cut there, though. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. I suppose we don't have to like lock down on it. Maybe she'll change her hair every once in a while. I don't know. But yeah, so this is kind of like the character that I'm working up. At this point, like I'm pretty content with most of the face details, which is great because those I can just spend hours on. And I did want to work up like these scrolls and her outfit a bit. And then I'm also going to be trying to use her on a fan page banner. So this is kind of like a little preview of how we might use her. Is kind of like in these news posts, just like, hey, I got a message for you kind of idea. And so I'm kind of experimenting with what that could look like. So I wanna try and like get this to a point where I'm pretty happy with using that, and I'm hoping we can do that today. So yeah, almost too nice. Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many different fun hairstyles I could give her, and like, I could try every single one, and I think they'd be a lot of fun. Like, just making her bald would be great, um, and like, I don't know, giving her a mohawk. Who knows? But uh, I suppose that I just kind of have to call it on it, and we can definitely explore those kind of fun ideas with different characters, because the goal with this kind of push right now is to kind of create space to introduce new characters and kind of expand that side of the world, because right now there's you know, a handful of characters that are known in the game, and barely represented at times, and you know, like we got a lot of mice, but you know, we've been doing a lot of talk about like, oh, we would love to have like more kind of like on the hunter's side characters like Larry and Big Jack, and you know, some event characters and stuff, Mustachio. But yeah, like, so yeah, this is kind of exploring that space, and you know, hopefully it'll go well, and we'll kind of keep finding good opportunities to introduce new characters. So this is Anitha, and she's effectively, so far the plan is she's gonna kind of be the one to deliver like kingdom news. So I don't know, like, if we'll use her for like most news posts. I think in general we'll probably have those kind of like have their own kind of cool illustration, you know, for like an event. It's going to look like the event, etc. But yeah, for like a general news post, it might be neat to have her kind of, you know, as the default image. Um, Nothing against the Nibbler mouse other than it's very old, and I don't like that piece of artwork because it's so old. But I know many people love that, so I can't fault them for it. But yeah, yes, definitely the sword hairpins, like the sword on the bus. Sword give her some extra interest. Bun with swords. Yeah, okay. A lot of people love the swords in the bun. I mean, I don't disagree. Uh, and I think that was also like the consensus for the art team. They liked what it did with the silhouette. Um, there was a suggestion to do like the shaved sides of the head, and I think it's fun. But one concern is making her feel a little too modern. Um, but I don't know if that's actually a concern or not. Like, I don't know. She looks like she could still kick your butt. Maybe more so now. I don't know. Depends on what you guys think, I think. I'd kind of clean up this extra scuff there. Where is that? I'd have to jump around the layers to figure it out. But yeah, so I don't know if we prefer to have the shaved sides or it's a little grown up, but like I still kind of imagined it was like short trimmed and kind of bunched up above anyways. So Nibbler is a traitor to mankind. Yeah, totally. Is the art on Larry the Friendly Knight going to get a similar upgrade in art? I think that that could definitely be in order. There are a few shots where it's better, but like I think he could definitely, you know, get upgrades, Larry upgrades, for sure. Yeah, leave the sides, no shaved. Why does this NPC have a nose piercing style? Why does this NPC have swords as like the thing that holds the bun? I don't know. I just kind of thought that I wanted to like give her, you know, interesting accents, like the gold like reading glasses with the chains and like black, you know, plugs in her ears and stuff. I don't know. I just thought it would be fun to kind of like make her feel a little bit punk, but she's also like a grandma. I think she's cool. I want to hang out with Anita, but yeah, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one I think is definitely one that is kind of like speaking to me pretty strongly. I enjoyed the shaved sides, but it just kind of like drew too much attention to it somehow. So I'm actually gonna jump over to the fan page with this version and see how that kind of works with the silhouette. Because also, yeah, like the longer hair kind of swooping down the side, that kind of didn't have as nice of a silhouette happening. So yeah, I think here she's framed well enough to work there. I might even bring her down just a hair. But yeah, no, it's a fun little detail. Maybe it is actually better close up. I just don't want it like awkwardly right at the very edge. Kind of draws too much attention when something is like too close to the edge. Could crop it. Harder to see what those are. Worry that if she gets too low down, then the text and the gradient kind of mess with it. If we even use this kind of level of gradient on it anymore. Yeah, okay. I think I like, yeah. I might like put a little more of a glow behind her to like pop her out even more, because if we just kind of like look at the grayscale of this, it gets kind of mushy, right? Where there's a lot of mid-tones around here. So if I just kind of blast some light behind her, that'll definitely read better. So yeah, yeah, a lot of it kind of like gets muddy because of the value structures. You can see that I did put a glow there. I wanted to draw attention to that. Got to clean up the scroll, obviously. But yeah, so yeah, that's my plan for today, is to basically just finish making her ready for adventure, to be capable of chasing hunters around across all the dimensions and deliver you the news of the day. But yeah, so that's the plan. I don't know how long it will go for. I'm hoping to keep it relatively shorter today, because there are a couple other things I need to kind of finalize and upload. And I don't know, doing an outfit I'll probably kind of wrap that up before long, whereas a face I could literally just keep scribbling on indefinitely. So, yeah. All right. Are there any tattoos on this NPC? Uh, honestly, she probably does, but I don't know. I would not put it past her, though. Seems like it might be her jam. Alright, so this scroll case thingy has a lot of just kind of layers that are a bit messy, but some of them could be useful to keep. But I think I'll just honestly merge these together and just paint over and then we can add another layer with drop shadow on top of that. So right now I'll just kind of get the base shading on it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping that next feedback Friday I'll have a little more like in-game content to work on with you all. We'll see what we end up doing. We're technically kind of like at a point where we're on the art team about to be like between content stuff. So it's entirely possible that I might be doing redraw stuff or concepting. Although until we kind of like lock down on certain details, it's hard to do some concept stuff. But yeah, I don't want to speak too much out of kind of not knowing exactly what is next on the docket. But yeah, we're basically wrapping up on some good stuff right now. So see what we can do next time. All right. Yeah, I want to add some fun like details because this could be like I like the idea of it being this like chainmail kind of hood that's kind of draped back, and it's got like gold chain kind of like on the inner kind of ring of it, I guess. And then I just kind of was playing around with different armor style, and I liked this kind of like shoulder pad, almost like a football armor thing going on, but it looks more travel friendly than like full plate. Because yeah, I imagine this character has to be mobile. Still with the tiny Charlie hairs. All right. So that seems all right. And then we'll want to drop a kind of cast shadow. But I also want to like resolve this hand. Actually, I suppose that the lighting is a little more top left. I ended up flipping the kind of like standard like facing of the character. She was originally kind of facing to the right, and so I tend to just default my lighting scheme to top right. So now we have kind of a little more top left light, so I might adjust the reflections on the scroll to kind of match that better. And these all are randomly all over the place, just kind of how they fit together in there. Uh, yeah, no, there are a lot of great characters. I know that there was some previews of I think three of the characters last week, uh, and yeah, one of them is just well, okay, they're all amazing, but one of them had quite the mighty reaction, which I think was exactly what I expected, because we all had the same reaction when we saw that character for the first time. So good stuff. All right, you'll know it when you see it. Yeah, no, we're really excited for the Beanstalk to be out. It's pretty cool. Lots of great characters. Yeah, I don't think that the NPCs have any worry about encumbrance in our game. I mean, if you look inside your own inventories, that'd become a very big problem very quickly if weight was a concern. There's quite a few items that people have in their stash, I should imagine. It's like, sure, a mousetrap might be pretty small, and relatively light, but I think we probably have quite a few in our inventories these days. Uh, you know, all that gold, the just thousands upon thousands of cheese and charms and collectibles. Some of them are like, entire gold and platinum bars. Uh, yeah, I think it'd get pretty hefty traveling around carrying all this stuff. Probably have some kind of like pocket dimension. Stash it all in, you know? Yeah, exactly. The hundreds of forest fighter figures alone. So true, so true. Yep. Imagine, okay, just like carry around like a dozen eggs not in a carton, go for it. And then, all those egg hunters that like keep one of each of them. It's gonna be a bit. Gonna be a bit to carry around. I don't think a rucksack's gonna do it. Yeah. So the NPC's kind of carrying like a. Oh, sorry, suddenly needed to stretch. Ugh. Just kind of like um, a scroll, not a scroll like treasure map scroll, but like a hear ye kind of, um, you know, a message. I do enjoy that in a land with like so much magic and crazy like portals and technology. They're like, well, we got to deliver the news on parchment. That's how you do it. Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's just a part of the whimsical world, okay? Just how inefficient a lot of things are. Just like we're gonna like do this thing, and we really do suspect that the mice are probably gonna like, come by and rob us as they tend to. But we'll see how it goes. Just see what happens. You know. What's the worst that could happen? Imagine if the mice were human-sized. I don't know. I kind of think that some mice are bigger. Just saying, like we kind of have like an insane range of scale that is literally like just don't think about it. Yeah, some are extremely big. Like Fulmina is like basically a living storm, and clouds are big. So are mountains. Yeah, scale. What is that? This dimension does not actually have scale. That's not a thing in reality. You look at the map. Who knows? That that like windmill could be the size of your thumb. You don't know. Scale? What is it? Good world building, Jacob. All right. So yeah, got like the scroll. It's a little cleaned up. I want to do the hand. Can I get? Oh, good. Drawing hands live. That's gonna be fun. This couldn't be difficult at all. No. Hands? Those are easy. For those who are not familiar with the subject, hands are notoriously difficult. Not even AI can draw them well. See, I kind of want her to like be like, oh my nose, Charlie, how could you? Kind of want her to be like, kind of like, hey, like doing like almost like a little wave, like what's up, with her fingers. I kind of feel like maybe that's being conveyed. Is the hand too big? The hand might be too big. It looks pretty massive actually. Scale issues. I was kind of wanting it to be a little bit more foreshortened, but with where it kind of lines up with like text and stuff, if I lowered it anymore, then there'd be a good chance that it'd be like too obscured to really see what's happening. So I want to try and keep things as clear as I can. So I'm thinking I do want to scale the hand down a bit more. Okay, and let's just give it a little flip. That doesn't seem too bad. Yeah, the deep mouse is absolutely enormous. Very true. If I have the correct number of fingers, I'm already better than the AI. I gotta have something. It's not the speed, that's for sure. What is the age of this NPC? I don't know. Not sure how old she is. No idea what the human aging process is like in the Narnian universe, but I'd say that she's like, you know, like in her golden years, we'll say. Getting there. Yeah, I'm definitely not someone who like creates characters in a world where I'm like, this is their height and this is their blood type and this is their like, all these aspects. Like, I'm definitely not a kind of very three-dimensional character designer in terms of kind of like, like okay, I understand their motives, their backstory, their kind of like arc and stuff like that. Like, uh, mad respect to people who design on that level, and I want to be better at that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't think it's some details are kind of like cool to know and figure out. But yeah, I don't know how old she is, uh, you know, all that stuff. But I kind of also like to leave it open ended anyways, because I actually feel like the community figures out some of these ideas. They kind of like, oh, how do these characters relate, and like where did they come from and stuff like that. And uh, I kind of prefer people to theorize their own stuff, and if we know it, that's cool, because then that can inform stuff and maybe build off that later, reveal things. Who knows? But yeah, I don't start with that kind of knowledge on the characters. A better like world builder probably would, though, so chalk it up to that. Yeah, Anitha is she, her pronouns. So. All right. I feel like I should probably have a reference of like a hand in that kind of position. Generally a good thing to work off of, right? Uh, hmm. Oh, I know what to search. Hand holding diploma? Sure. There's some that are kind of close-ish. Yeah. why are people like just like they're like crushing the diploma in their fist? It's like that is a forceful grip you have on that. I guess you worked for years to get it, so it's like yeah. Does that make sense? I'm like looking for like a nice kind of just like yeah. Okay, there's a few that are acceptable. Yeah. Right. Okay. To reference an AI hand. Oh no. What has the world become? Yeah, I was talking to my brother about AI stuff. Um, and I don't know the current state of a lot of it, but I think there is kind of like some copyright rules in place, which is a good thing, um, where like works created by AI are not copyrightable, right? There was not actually a creator behind it, because basically it's just, you know, a program kind of generating it out of other generally most often copyrighted materials, right? It's not like a creator doing something transformative, and also like you can't copyright it if it like started as an AI generation and then you don't really make it transformative. So that's good because you know it can make it a problem for big corporate entities to like replace their artists with basically prompt creators, because then they can't actually copyright what they want to copyright. So prevent that kind of side effect, hopefully. I know during the Easter holidays, I was visiting with some family, and there was lots of conversation about AI and stuff like that. So it's not something that I would normally expect my family to kind of like get into. So yeah, it's definitely a subject, definitely. But we probably won't want to get into that deeply here. It's not what this stream is about. All right. Oh yeah, she could use a belt. Wouldn't be opposed to that around the waist. For the most part, I'm probably expecting the actual use of her image to be kind of like somewhere in this range. So I'll probably still render it out, but expecting that it'll kind of get cropped off for whatever use we use. For the most part, we'll probably try and, tighten the shot up, just because there's a lot of detail, so to get that detail to work, getting closer in is better. In which case, also bringing the scroll that she's holding closer to the face isn't a terrible idea. So that's something I'm considering. But I don't want it to be like awkwardly like close, right? But it might not be terrible. Just kind of, I guess I have to like pose like this and be like, hey. I don't know. Where it is right now isn't bad though. So let's keep that. Not that enough has really changed, but I'm going to pop over to the fan page and take a look. See how she looks there. Yeah. So the hand kind of like sits above the text just enough, and also the text should kind of draw the attention away from the bad hand when it's rendered out. So I'm fine with that. So next steps, we want to render out the hands. We want to render out the armor. and kind of fix up some of the shadows, render the swords in the hair, little details like the trim. Um, Probably put like a bit of a gradient on her outfit as well. And then kind of like look at kind of making the cutout on the fan page kind of pop a little more with like a glow behind perhaps. Yeah. Thankfully, I'm like quite happy with where her face is now. I remember like on the stream I was like stressed about how it kind of looked good at certain kind of like zoom ranges, but like when it zoomed out, it just kind of stopped working a lot of the time. And her profile, the silhouette, it just kind of reads much better now, I think. I did a bunch of different like little tiny tweaks that did enough, kind of like aging her face a bit more. I quite like a lot of these details. You don't really get them until you're like really up close though, but also kind of like making her nose like thicker and kind of have more weight, and just kind of like little nice details. I quite liked all the salt and pepper that she has too. So I don't know. She is fun. Kind of think like I want to give her nail polish too. I don't know. I got like a gradient going. I don't think you can really see that today. Get some more light on me. Yeah, you probably can't pick it up, but there's like it's like more blue-green on the outside, and then it's kind of more silver and green, and then orangey. They in person it kind of looks a little more good, but on camera not so much. But yeah, so I don't know. Give her some nail polish or something too if we want. Or not. Keep it simple. Give her rings. I don't know why, but I'm just like, yeah, I want her to just like accessorize. She seems like she's got drip. The style points. Chipped nail polish because you're traveling all over. Yeah, actually, I like that. Familiar. Okay, I'm into it. We can do that. It'll also, I think, kind of like make the hand read more quickly. Kind of draw attention to the actual fingertip, where that positioning is. I don't know what colors we want to give her. Just gold nails. I mean, maybe purple. So I'm keeping the palette restricted as well. I want to keep the range in like these warms with like gold and browns, and then the purple as kind of like the main kind of color that it plays with. But yeah, like I want the gold to be little pops of gold and like these accents. So I think I actually want to get more gray into the scroll, the actual like parchment itself, just to kind of like cool down that material. Maybe add more purple into the shadows themselves would be nice. I'm still kind of like messing around and trying to figure out things with color theory all the time. It's a wild world with many possibilities. So I don't know. Like, it might look neat if she has longer nails, but I also think that like maybe should keep them relatively trimmed for like the traveling life. So I think I'll shorten them down, make them a little more practical, I guess. Kind of like the dark nails. We'll see. Okay. Now grab some of this kind of reflecting skin tone. Just got very like spindly fingers here. That's a bit much on that one. And my hands do look like something an AI drew. It's not a compliment. Sometimes on stream I like talk about other media that I'm consuming, shows, movies, stuff like that, right? Sometimes I talk about other games too, and just because we're on the subject of kind of like characters and stories and worlds, I discovered this like little gem of a game. That honestly I've been like really just kind of impressed with what it can do systems wise. Like I find I love game design, and I love kind of the actual like structure of how a game works and it functions, and how it reinforces play and all kinds of elements of the design. Like that's a big thing that I love thinking about and understanding and discovering. So recently I found this game, and I've been basically recommending it to like so many people just that are into the same things that I am, but it's a procedurally generated like role-playing game, like tabletop style feel to it, right? Like Dungeons and Dragons kind of idea, but it's all procedural. Um, so like you start things off where you like have a party of like 3 or 4 randomly generated characters, and in a world that is randomly generated with like their own stories and troubles and stuff like that that you stumble on, and just the layering of those systems and what it can kind of like turn into. It really impressed me. It's a game called Wilder Myth. Found it on Steam, but for anyone who's interested in that kind of like play, it's a game that I've never seen a game able to accomplish it on that level, where like I have a group of characters that were like randomly generated, and you can customize their personality, their kind of like interests and relationship, kind of who they might be attracted to, all kinds of like cool little details, and it's like the first game where I've seen it done where like I actually kind of like through playing it know their personalities and their kind of internal relationships with each other, and like the campaigns take place over like 30 years, so they also like grow and change. And yeah, in general, I've just been like, I've played through one campaign and I'm in like the first chapter of another one. And there's just so many like cool details that I love so much. When you like finish a campaign, your heroes become legends, and they can actually show up as story characters in other campaigns, or as characters you can recruit to save the day again. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of wild, weird ideas in it too. Like your characters can be, cursed by, a dark witch to become a crow or something strange, or like, just turn into weird, cool, powerful monsters, because why not? Like all the gear they get, they like carry around on them, and you actually visibly see it on the model. So yeah, I mean, it's, if you're interested in that kind of potential, it's definitely worth checking out, I would say. So, pretty cool stuff. The art style is like pretty generic feeling in terms of the actual like player characters, because of just how many permutations it ends up having. It kind of like has this copy paste feel, from like 2000s webcomic kind of vibe, but a lot of the like the art elsewhere in the game, like environmental and monsters and stuff like that, are actually pretty cool. But yeah, like I shared it with some people, and they're like, I don't like the art, and that like pushed them off of it, which is fair. But yeah, like once I started playing it, like I was quickly kind of just like, okay, well, the actual like mechanics are strong enough that I don't even notice the very kind of same face feel of all my characters. But there's also like I think community mods and stuff that expand on like character looks and stuff like that. So I haven't looked into that yet, but I don't know. It's a pretty cool project though. Very impressed. So I figured I'd mention it because sometimes I do that. I think it's been a while since I've shared here's what I think is cool today. Another thing that I know like other streams I've talked about like side projects I'm working on. So I should probably share that now anyways, just because I have this need to ramble while streaming. It first of all keeps me focused while I'm working, oddly enough. Like if I'm just kind of mumbling about whatever, I'm actually kind of like more focused on drawing, weirdly enough. So I try to keep that going. But also, I don't know, I feel like this obligation to just like not have dead air, and I also haven't bothered to kind of set up like a soundtrack or anything like that. So I just kind of got to ramble. But this month, I know I've mentioned them before, but I'm partaking in a game jam with my brother and two of our friends. So it's coming along. It's still got way to go. Like a lot of the systems are in place. Like I'm not doing any of the art on the project, but I am doing a lot of the coding. So it's been an interesting, good challenge. But yeah, it's unfortunately missing a lot of assets still. There's like much to do on it. So we'll see how it ends up. If I can finish it in time. But I don't know, maybe I can pull it up and just kind of preview it or something. It's not a lot to look at with it, unfortunately, right now. It's just kind of... Yeah. That's what's new in the world for me. How about you? What's up? How are things? How's the family and that thing you were working on, you know? Yeah. She lacks a ring. I agree. But like, what kind of ring? Like, let's see. Like, I don't know why, but I'm like, would she have, what are those called? Where it's like, the like, brass knuckles, which are like probably super illegal. Just like a ring that's brass knuckles. It's like, why would she have that? But I feel like she could. Just like, what's up, Hunter? I got stuff for you. Also, behind you, I saved you. Here you go. Pulls a sword out of her hair and just like opens the letter. All right, I'm out, and then like back flips away off a cliff. She's just that cool. Yeah. Right? Or the ring could be that, yeah, she's married, right? Could be. She's taken. Sorry, all. I guess, okay. So this is actually flipped. And what, see, I don't like, what is it? Is it like the left hand? Because that's closer to the heart, is it? So like, would it be on this hand here? Like that? These fingers, man, they're bad. I don't know. Not a good hand. What if she lost her hand in the Mouse Wars? There's this like magic kind of gauntlet that like floats the scroll for you. That wouldn't be confusing at all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I was like tempted to just be like, all right, she's just gonna have like just mad scar across her face because she's just like, boom, you know, like, yeah, the Mouse Wars. She's like the super general of the Mouse War, like. Back then, I don't know. She's got history. I feel like. Okay, I really want to fix this hand. It's bothering me so bad. I don't think the knuckles are working. Kind of also feel like maybe. Alright, so I should again try to use a reference of some sort. So, looking at my own hand. Yeah, I think I want the pinky to be kind of most firmly wrapping around. And also, I want the fingers to kind of like point down and inward more. I'm just going to keep my hand at the ready. Hello, Sunny. Welcome. Okay. So the pinky could be turned in more, but then all the rest are kind of... Okay, so one cool thing that I saw in like a reference, like an artist's reference thing, is like reinforcing this idea that like when a hand closes, the fingers all kind of like point into the center as they kind of like come together. So that kind of like thinking about that motion of the fingers themselves might help with kind of staging them well enough. So like the pinky is kind of like going inwards, whereas the the ring finger, I guess that's called. I'm like, there's like the pinky, the middle, index, ring finger. Is that its technical term? I don't think it should be. You can wear a ring on all kinds of fingers, but I guess that's kind of the designated one for cultural reasons. Yeah, so then this. I actually didn't mind that previous finger as much. I think I'll just have it overlap a little more. No, actually, I'm gonna have it come out more because I want this hand to kind of be kind of doing that a little more. This flat brush may not be the most ideal for sketching fingertips, so I'm going to bring out a simpler round brush. Okay, let's give it a little flip again, see if we spot anything. So, like maybe this goes further back. And then, yeah, actually I think going to just steal that finger. It's mine now. Put it up here. All right, yeah, that might be. Maybe I don't want to move it yet. Or is it like peace? Gotta keep referring to my own reference. Okay, so I should just keep my hand here and actually use it as a reference? What? Weird. Weird idea. Who would do such a thing? Okay. I don't know if I like this hand better than what I had before. But upwards and onwards regardless, I say. That's confused fingers. I want a little bit of the fingertip. I want to like make that read better, so I think I need the silhouette to have a little bit of a gap. But that also doesn't read as well as if I just kind of... Yeah, no, that's her being like, hey-o, kind of little wave with the two fingers, right? And I think if I relax the middle finger a little more, it might feel a little more... that does not feel more natural. I was wrong. I was like, it'll feel more natural. No, it does not. It does not feel more natural. Okay. Goodness. You can tell when an artist doesn't draw enough hands when and they're silly enough to be willing to try to paint them live. The struggles. Why do I do this to myself every other week? Okay. What a nightmare of a hand. I'm so sorry, Anita. I did this to you. I owe you all the coolest rings and sword accessories. That's where the fingers used to be. They aren't there now. I do like the position of those two digits. The other two, I'm not quite sold on. Yeah, exactly. The lengths are like maddening. Just proportions. Who knows how to do that? Not Jacob. There you go. Beautiful. You're ready for your big debut. Okay. All right. Sorry, just taking a look at a message that just popped up. Okay. I was like, is someone like, please stop, you're making it worse. How can you do this to hands? But no, it was something else. Okay. All right, so hands are crying everywhere. Maybe if this finger is like spread out more and further back. Do I have the original hand? I don't think I do. Yeah, let's just make her wave with a big, like, just sausage-fingered kind of Muppet hand. Just like, hello, wearing gloves. Oh, now that I'm like, but like, what if she just had like a cool gauntlet though? Okay, let's not go there. But what if? Hmm? Hmm? All right. You know what? I should probably actually try to figure out the proportions of the hand before I kind of like worry about rendering it. Because I feel like I would actually reveal some issues with this if I did that. So if I like kind of blotch it out, and then I kind of try and block it out. So we got like our wrist, and we want it to be kind of like this gripping action here. This isn't going to help me, is it? I don't think it's helping. Maybe she should learn from all of the all the diploma uh, holders and just like iron fist grip the scroll case. That's probably where we went wrong. She needed to be like protecting it. Like, you must take this. It is so precious. It has a very important message. So like, yeah, what if it was just a crushing grip? So again, we have kind of like I'll bet this is actually going to be the thing that solves it for me. I don't know, maybe this last finger is still just kind of like, hey-o, right? But like at least these are kind of maybe turning in enough. Right? The thumb, if we want it to be more kind of like crushing grip, could kind of come down more. You know, I don't hate that. Welcome to the art stream where we scribble a single hand for 6 hours. Hope you enjoy. I mean, maybe it is just kind of boink. Or it's also gripping. I definitely understand why some of my art friends have spent a good portion of their time learning how to draw good hands, being extremely skilled at that. It is so hard. Just these noodly appendages convey so much information. Maybe there's like a little gap. I don't know, I kind of feel like this one would just be like resting against it. Okay, that might not be the worst, and I've said that a few times now. I do kind of like, there's like a little more potential for the fingers to be kind of like rolled. Inward though, right? think that looks more interesting. So I think I want to push that a little teeny bit more. You know, I'm going to do a copy of this just because I don't totally hate that right now. And I feel like I'm going to try stuff and be like, well, that didn't work. Time to go back to what was sort of kind of working. Oh no, I deleted it? Okay. What a very Jacob thing to do. Okay, so yeah, actually this one could go. I still like that feeling of there being a little bit of a gesture in it. Like a little kind of like, hey-oh, there you are, kind of look to that hand. I don't know, it's very much something I do. I just kind of like do a little kind of like, almost like a flick of the hand as a wave, like, so kind of thing. And I feel like that's kind of like the vibe that I want her to give off, is just like, hey. So like the fingers out does that to me. Here it's like, I'm gonna smack you with this, take it. Here it's like, here you go. The looser, kind of more, kind of comfortable grip conveys that to me. So the lower fingers and the thumb are secure and holding it. But then if I have the fingers kind of like overlap, does that do it? So yeah, the pinky comes out further in pretty much every example that I've tried to give myself. So. Welcome to the stream where Jacob just does this. Alright, yeah. Let's try it. I swear, like, in the future we'll have, like, a relatively normal Feedback Friday where it's like, let's draw a cool character that just comes together and doesn't take 3 sessions of a stream to do. See, now that right now feels cartoony, but it is saying hello. I think. Yeah. Maybe. Crossing the fingers, I'm totally lying. So it's like the pointer finger is sticking out the most straight, but then the index finger is kind of more relaxed. So it overlaps. I don't know, I feel like I've kind of just drawn very similar things on repeat. How does anyone put up with my stream? Are you entertained? Is this what you sign up for? Is this why you come here? witness an artist's struggles. Thought that was going to be it. Alright. If I haven't lost everybody by this point, then was that my goal all along? So people don't have to witness how bad my hands are. Okay, that might be it, actually. Bring the thumb in more, even. Let's give it a flip. Why does every NPC just have their hands in their pockets? What's up with that? It does feel like this is too much of a struggle, you all. Like, we need to move on. Done. Good enough. Got a single finger is still a little bit of a point, and like saying, hey. I swear, we're actually gonna do like other work on this. I promise. I don't know why I'm just like, I have to get this finger looking human. Probably because I need to prove to myself that I can still draw humans. Could I ever was the real question, I suppose, but apparently not hands. All right. Alright, we'll just give her mouse claw. Got that 3-finger mouse grip. I will never make fun of AI being unable to draw hands ever again. What a hypocrite I am. Okay, you know what? Somewhere between those two, I think, actually. Just there's pressure marks on the scroll when you open it up. There's just like this crinkling of the paper. All right, let's just try that. Duplicate this just again because it's like, you know what? If I just end up wanting to go back to it, it's there. All right, get rid of these fingers. Okay. Have we done it? Mm. Yeah, I've drawn worse hands. I think I can go with this. Just because if I don't, it'll be lunchtime already, and that's just sad. Good enough. I actually don't hate it. Okay, maybe a little, but we can come back to it. In fact, that's also a possibility instead of just kind of spending the day on digits. Just come back to it if we need to. Okay, so I'm just kind of blocking in some color and shape. But ultimately, let us move on. Welcome to MouseHunt, where we try to find all the best hands, and we don't have a very good setup today. Very low attraction rate on the hand hunt. I might have to equip a more competent artist. officially moving on from the hand right now. No going back until much later. All right, so let's go to the armor, in fact. So I know that I want this kind of accenting detail. So what I can do is take it from this part, because originally it was kind of draped evenly across her shoulders, but then I decided I wanted that like satchel to be kind of bunched up on top of the shoulder plate and shoving the kind of chain coif further away. Hunting the humans. All right. So obviously I don't want to draw out individual chain links, right? But I want to give that impression that there are actually chainmail links. So trying to find kind of like enough of the pattern to imply it with. I think this part needs to kind of like spread out enough as well. So it's not just like one or two rings of it right on the inside. Okay, and then we could create a new layer here. And this will be for like the shaded chains. So where the chainmail is kind of rolled towards us, we're going to have more of an opportunity to kind of like see in between the actual links and get these kind of darker shadows where there's like the ability to see between them. But as it rolls away from us, they're going to kind of overlap visually more and more. So we're going to get less. But also they are supposed to be kind of like sitting on top of each other, and I've made chainmail before, so I have some familiarity with kind of like how it clumps and stacks onto itself. Really does kind of have an interesting kind of fabric-y quality to it. Very heavy. Get like an overall crease of a shadow there, just so we can kind of see it like rolling. If the object she's holding is a map scroll, will there be an effect of rare map dust around it? So it isn't supposed to have anything to do with like map scrolls specifically, but I mean that would be kind of cool if it was magical though. But yeah, I think it's more like, here's like interesting news. So yeah, I don't think that it would have map dust on the news post. Read your magical news. Could be cool if it was like a scroll map though, that like an NPC did have and it was magically glowing. Hopefully that has kind of a chainmail feel to it. Not totally, but kind of continue the same thing here. I'll have the gold back there as well. It might be a little bit hard to tell what it is, but not too bad. I think you can kind of guess as to what the material is. And again, like, I could go full detail and like render it and make it look like chainmail, right? With links and actual individual rings and stuff like that. But in reality, we want this to read much smaller. So there just being this kind of like textured material that kind of like has some of the properties like the weight and the kind of deep contrasty shadows. If it implies it and well enough, then we're good. You know? some bunch of little kind of like pops of light hitting those links. And they're tiny little things, right? But like little tiny donuts of metal would probably be pretty good at catching motes of light. So all those tiny little angles. Could also have a bit of a cast shadow too. Suppose that the eyeglass might want to go behind the ear, huh? Hand looks small now. Maybe it's just that one finger. It's just like... Can't stay away from it, huh? Keeps calling to me. Sure. All right. Yep, it was intentional that she has wrinkles. Yeah. I want her to be a little older. She's been around the block before. why she is the trusted royal messenger. Got the experience. Been around these lands a lot. Knows all the tricks. If there were a tracker to find a hunter, she would be the one. I'll bet she's saved Larry a number of times. He's definitely gotten lost before. Alright, I should probably give her a save. We got 8 minutes before we go on lunch. And then we'll go on break. We'll come back. We'll have a little Larry link, and we'll kind of do detailing on the outfit itself. The lips are supposed to be closed. Kind of like a little bit of a grin and smirk. Like, I want her to be friendly, but also, I guess, competent looking. I don't know if any of that makes any sense for this, but yeah, in terms of the details I focused on, at least. Okay, so I think I actually want to pull this shoulder piece back and actually make it cut out in front of the sack there. Because she's kind of like managed to, you know, pinch it between the shoulder plate here. And that kind of keeps it from sliding off, right? Yeah, it seems more secure like that. Kind of feel like this shoulder back here feels like it needs to be, like right now it feels like it's going away from us, but I feel like it should be kind of coming towards us more. So like more of that kind of shape than that kind of shape, if that made any sense at all. So I think if I do a little bit of that, and then if I add a detail onto them where there's kind of like this banding, it'll be easier to convey. exactly mirroring each other very well. Because, like, if anything, the one back here needs to feel more like it's going away, and this one needs to feel more like it's coming towards us. Just because of how I want those elbows to be perceived. Like, this one is coming towards us, that one's being shoved back, kind of holding the pack up like that. The other one's coming forward. So with those lines on there, that actually helps kind of prove that to your mind really quick and easy. So yeah, I think I'll reinforce those shapes a bit more. Okay, and then that swoop can come down more aggressively here. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I wasn't totally sure what that like gold band is exactly. It could be, yeah, like a necklace, like pendant. So if that's the case, yeah, I think it being kind of like pulled up over the shoulders better would help represent that kind of like chain. I was also thinking it could be like these like golden kind of lines, like metal inlaid into the armor, so it kind of follows the contours of the armor. I just kind of had those accents there, not knowing what they are, but just kind of like putting that pop of color intentionally. But I think we could try and resolve that after lunch, because it is basically lunchtime right now. But I think we'll sit down and try and figure out what the armor is, how it works, because that can be cool to like actually have a semblance of sense to it. Again, it's like very fantasy, whimsical characters, so you know the armor doesn't actually make any logical sense, but it's kind of could be fun to look at. If it looks fun and interesting. All right, we're gonna give it a save. I'm gonna. Hi, Charlie. Are you telling me it's lunchtime? Thank you. I'm gonna pop over to the other view where she is in scene on the ground floor, and then we're gonna put up our timer, and you'll know when I'm back, and we'll keep working on bringing Anitha to kind of MouseHunt and making her fit the universe a bit better. So until then, I'll see you in 58-ish minutes. But yeah, I'll have the timer going. coming back. So I'll see you soon. All right. Until then. back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Lunch is done. Time for more finger drawing. No, not yet. We'll probably close it out with that, I think. You know, encapsulate the stream. Alright, I got a little Larry link in the chat. And make sure that got it. Alright, cool. Alrighty. Let's get back to it. Alright, so where we were at, I had some thoughts on the hands, but I'm gonna just push that out of my mind right now, because I will totally just get, you know, trapped in that space if I don't. Alright, so what I want to do is detail out the armor more. And I was also thinking I kind of want to actually change the scrolls a bit. I was thinking I might prefer it not to have the caps on it and to kind of shorten it a bit. But then, like, I kind of want to put like a seal on the outside of it. I think that could look kind of cool. But yeah. Maybe. We'll figure that out in a bit. I don't think we need to sort that specific a detail just now. I'd rather have the rendering stuff that is just simply unrendered thus far figured out, and then we can come back and kind of futz with details that don't need to be futzed with. Alright, so what we could do is maybe work on the actual clothing, since we haven't really done anything for that yet. That is not an arm we're using. This is not a torso we're using. Cool. Alright. So I do like the purple. I might mute it down a bit. Maybe packs a little too much of a punch. Not sure. I do want it to have a royal purple kind of vibe. But with being a royal messenger, I kind of want that to be an element. So yeah, do we want it to be kind of like really saturated and brightly dyed? It maybe is a bit too intense, is the thing that I wonder. So like, can knock it all back a bit. My cats like just absolutely live on my lap all day long because I'm at my computer so much, and they just love soaking in warmth and putting my legs to sleep. It's like if I kick one off in like 10 minutes, another one will just be on my lap. Charlie's just snoozing away right now. These cats. Alright. So we'll get, I think, a bit more of a gradient on the ground coming up. And I think I'll desaturate it as well. Where is that scribble at? Okay, it's on the arms. That's fine, that's fine. These shoulders will probably need to be figured out. I have to just kind of flatten a lot of this into one object. Maybe not. I think I might actually, just because I'm working on shadows and then there's stuff on layers way up here. Although maybe yeah, actually I can just get rid of these. Those quick scribbles were just to kind of lay some groundwork for how I wanted the folds to work on the fabric. But since I got that mostly blocked in, I don't need that anymore. Okay, and then this leather. I want to darken it. Kind of give it a bit more shine, so you can get pretty good like light like shininess on leather. If it's well used and polished, it certainly can have some specularity to it. Yeah, this bag was actually, the design of it is kind of inspired by a bike messenger bag that I have, just a over one shoulder style. So I think I want this sit on top more back here. So I'll have to update this a bit. So using the line brush probably helps give it that words. Chainmail. Chainmail look. Just because I can kind of like create the edges of the links basically. Alright. Yeah, that's true. The caps do sell it as a scroll. You're not wrong about that. Maybe I'll keep them. We shall see. I think getting more kind of light reflecting in here might also help sell the metallic quality there. It's okay. Not quite perfect, but yeah. I think if I also go in and do a little bit of work on that silhouette, one of the things that I like to do is use the actual like edge of a object to kind of help define what the actual material is. So by having these little kind of notches cut out, you kind of get this impression that it's like, oh, it's like a bunch of little objects stacked together. Or like the edge of the hair, even though the hair itself is very flat and there's just kind of a couple little scratches in it, and it's like completely blank here, because the edge has this kind of like textured cutout and just like little tiny pieces coming off. It helps imply what the rest of this is, and that the edge definition changes as it goes up. And kind of smooths out, so there's less breaks in the edge of the material. So these feel like bigger, longer strands, short, kind of choppier hair. So, yeah. Hopefully that will work. But same thing with like leather, you can get like little tiny crinkles on the edges of things, and when you look at it as a whole, it kind of helps communicate that texture. But then also, of course, with like with leather, I think I have a leather brush, don't I? Or is that only in Photoshop? Looking over it. Might just be in Photoshop that I made one. Oh, there we go. Leather. Alright. Let's see if this actually works well. It might not. Probably want to have it. Oh yeah, that's not terrible. I feel like it probably works better if I'm using it as the highlight itself. that only takes it so far. I think that brush needs to be tuned. It's not quite delivering how I think it could. Either way, leather gets lots of wrinkles and creases. Makes sense, given what it is. Autosave. So thinking about kind of like how it's used can help inform what direction those wrinkles should be going in. So it's a strap, right? So you're going to have the tension going lengthwise. You know, it's being pulled in those directions. Okay. I'll just kind of flatten out some parts of it. But the hand is kind of like pinching it together, kind of crinkling it. And then I'm going to get the specular reflection on top. Not quite there. I think I should actually use a layer on top of this. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. I get a little too obsessed with details sometimes, but it's also something I quite enjoy with this work, so if people enjoy it, then I'm happy. And as long as the work is done when it needs to be, also kind of important. But we're in terms of the art, kind of like wrapped up on a lot of stuff, so there's only so much I could stream for Feedback Friday anyways, so. And I want to get this put together, so it seemed perfect to work on this. Okay. So it's kind of like vaguely leathery. Not my best leather. Might be a little too shiny, I don't know. Like the shadows aren't kind of filling in properly. Okay. More kind of breaks in the highlight. You know what, that's fine. I don't need to make it too perfect. Not that I think it's very close to that, but pick my battles. I can be bad at that. Get some of the sky kind of bouncing off of it. But yeah, it's a very like treated and polished leather. Like obviously, depending on what style of leather you're trying to render, it'll change. Okay, cool. Yeah, you get like different tones and textures and stains and wrinkles and all kinds of fun aspects that you can play with. So again, probably best to actually be relying on resource references. I tend to just kind of like have an idea of what it could look like and then just run with that. So it's an interpretation. All right. Cool. Do I find that you have to have a good understanding of physics to make things more realistic? I don't think it's required, but I enjoy thinking of things from that angle. I know when I talk to other extremely competent and skilled artists, they don't at all come at it from that angle. And they can still definitely do stuff that looks incredibly realistic and, you know, great. So, you know, it's just kind of like a style of how you go about learning. For me, I like to think about it with kind of like, you know, oh, how would light bounce and bend and interact? And some people, they shut their brains off when they get into that territory. And just want none of that complicated overthinking it stuff, which is fair, because it is very easy to like overthink if you start going down that rabbit hole. And yeah, with enough just kind of experience, you can extract what's needed, even if you don't kind of like understand why it might have that quality. Charlie, why are you so stinky right now? Are you just sleep farting right now? This cat, man, it's a stinky cat sometimes. Yeah, I mean, that's also another thing is, you know, like if I get too caught up in trying to work within kind of, you know, the physical properties of stuff, I can restrict myself from kind of just creating something that's just cool for the sake of it. This is something that I've kind of like picked up more recently, where like I've talked about it before, but there was like an interesting video talking about how like practically no good shows or movies use logical lighting. They pretty much always kind of like just really add light where there absolutely should not be light, because it makes it more readable. It like conveys messages they want to deliver, and it's like totally wrong, right? Like just the light should absolutely not be doing that, but they like added a fill light there just so you could see things better, and you know, they like purposefully, you know, break the rules. And there's like practically every really well shot movie and stuff seems to use that kind of rule. Sorry, I had to kick you off, Charlie. You're just cooking me alive. Too warm. And too stinky. Seriously, no. Sorry. But yeah, so one of the things I'm trying to work on is just kind of like working up the rule of cool more than kind of like that's what the light should be doing though, and just kind of letting that help my images, because the big takeaway that I got from that I need to be better at employing is actually like how easy it is to read something improves how much you actually like to look at it. So one of the things that I do come back to a lot is kind of like value structure, and this is something that I need to put a little more work into, because I think it's, you know, there's a little too much kind of blending of values. And so like if you just kind of squint and look at this, it's kind of hard to see where some things are and what things are. And so when you look at this, your brain has to do a little bit of extra work to see the image well. But if I tweak and push and pull and add light where technically there probably shouldn't be, or, you know, put stuff into shadow where maybe it doesn't make sense, but it makes it easier for our brain to like look at it and just like, I get it. Like I see that that's the outline of the face, the silhouette's clear, the values are grouped well so that I can understand these things relate, and they're kind of like one cleaner, bigger shape that flows. Like instantly that'll be a more attractive looking image, even if it's less physically correct. So yeah, that is something that can actually in a way work against you if you kind of think about it too far from the like the physics side. There is that kind of adage of, you know, like too much of anything is bad. And I think, yeah, like it's great to kind of understand how things work and material properties and all that great stuff. You go too far, that's probably gonna have a negative consequence. So yeah, but like, I don't know, knowing the rules is good because then you know how to break them. I think that's also another classic useful trick and saying. But yeah, so yeah, actually this is something that maybe I should try and figure out, is the value structure. When I went in and messed with the chainmail, it kind of created this like muddier value structure here, where there might have been more definition between the neck and the chainmail. Now it's kind of a little too close. So what I could do is I could kind of deepen the shadows on the neck, which I think would make sense to do, and also maybe brighten the, I'm going to create a new layer here, create a brightness layer, brighten up the kind of like the chainmail portion as well. So if I just kind of knock this all back, and like this is one reason why it's like I don't know if I could ever go back to, well, I guess it's not a good reason for it, but go back to like traditional paint and stuff is like being able to just kind of like change the way you filter it, zoom in, zoom out, overlay something experimentally and take it away if it didn't work. Like, yeah, working digitally is just really accelerates my potential. So if I really kind of kick that up a bit more, right, now we can see much more of a definition between those. And let's take a look at it in color. You know, it works, right? Probably technically more accurate too, because you got a lot of occluded light from this big metal collar, effectively. Kind of, you know, you have light coming in from your entire environment, so you'd have kind of, you know, the sky, and this is kind of lifted up, so it's kind of blocking a lot of the environmental light kind of coming in. Her like chin or cheek is kind of blocking the light from above, and so yeah, like you might get reflected light kind of in part of it. So we could play with a little bit of that gold color in the shadows here. That could look nice, but ultimately I want to kind of keep a nice separation between those values. Like the back of the neck being lit might help too. And then maybe I want to push the very inside of that collar back. I had it for a second. There we go. So if I darken that, that helps kind of show that this is kind of sitting above there. Yeah. But yeah, I might like bring these values closer together to just kind of ground that material and kind of like leave some of these interesting kind of little specks of kind of shadow and stuff in the material, but maybe kind of like selectively reveal that. And then so I think I want to group values a bit more as well. So I think we have like the golden shield that she has as her kind of emblem. I like that being a bright pop of color. So I'm gonna do another luminosity layer. We'll make that nice and bright. That'll help kind of like have that hand stand out as well. That'll be good and carry up that accent. In which case, I definitely want to have the gold accents on here take more of that bright tone with it, right? I think that'll look nice. Cool. All right. And then we have like very dark hair, and that's kind of like very high contrast currently, which is good. You know, it draws the eyes up to the face. But I think we could kind of create a bit more rhythm through the character with that value. So her kind of shoulders here, I think, could actually take on more of that quite a bit darker value, and it kind of helps kind of separate the character into different groups of values. Go back just a bit. Okay. I think we can also get some shadow under the armor to be a bit darker as well. Now, what exactly is going on with the armor? I haven't really kind of decided on. Like one idea is these pauldrons are kind of like on this kind of chest clasped mount kind of thing that's on top of basically something that like basically you just kind of put it down over your head, put the chainmail over it, and then this kind of like clasp holds up these pauldrons that you can kind of pivot, and like that like shield could be like the actual kind of pin that kind of holds it together or something like that. It's not traditional armor at all, but like maybe it's kind of like a nice cloak and mantle for like a traveler to kind of like easily take off and on if they need to kind of adjust their layering or something like that. So just like spitballing how any of this might function is kind of, you know, it's interesting, but I mean, it's fantasy character design. Most of the time, creators are just like, I don't know, if it looks interesting, then it's fine. It doesn't need to make sense functionally. And if I were to hold myself to that standard, I'd have to reconsider a whole lot of trap designs because they're pretty nonsense, to be honest. Not a lot of logic around many of them. Okay. So this, interestingly enough, is layered above. Oh boy. There's a lot going on, and a lot of it's on weird layers just because of how I've built up the drawing. So that's above that. I think maybe, do I just drop the height of it? Maybe it's that. Okay. I think I just drop it. Like a lot? Does that work? Is that too much? I don't know. Who's to say? Probably someone who knows what they're doing. I think that's all right. I think this, however, definitely wouldn't overlap where I'm showing it now. Maybe I'll even bring it up more. Kind of make it more of that almost necklace idea, right? Okay, and then I think I'll actually have this cloak type thing. Go right up to the, as close as it can to the chainmail. Do we have it clasp at the shield? I think we do. I think we'll use the shield as like the fixture of the whatever is going on with these. it's kind of like a shawl, but with like armor plating on it, oddly enough. It's kind of an interesting concept. Battle shawl. So then I could kind of show that it's clasped at the shield by having it kind of crease towards the shield itself. Just going to merge that brightness layer with it so that I can just adjust it all. Okay, let's look at that grayscale again. So our values are still kind of scattered, I think. I think I want to still try to group them up. So I think the chainmail portion could match the shoulders a bit better, and the like chest plate, which I think I could change slightly to work better. So let me I'll just kind of do that. It's interesting because it's going above the like sleeve here. My layer structure is just a mess. Just absolutely a mess. Okay. Yeah, we can brighten that up. So it's like just like a single, you know, shaped piece of metal, but pretty simple. Go separate it from the chain there a bit more, I guess. I don't know. Do not have me design functional armor. It would be very perilous for the user. Cool. All right. Clean that up. Yeah, she's got some layering going. under there. This is the cloak up here. I want that to like stretch fairly taut because her arm is like extending. All right. I like those questions, yeah. Might have expected the king's messenger to be younger and less distinguished. Is this a prestigious role in the kingdom? Is she fiercely dedicated to the job? Doesn't trust young whippersnappers? I actually think it's probably a combination of all of those things. When I was working on kind of like creating the snippet of text for each of the character sketches that I was proposing to the team, hers was like very like, hello there, Hunter, kind of like very just kind of like to the point, but like dignified and I don't know, like she's graceful but gets stuff done, efficient, kind of like she's just very good at her job. I would say is definitely a thing. Whether she trusts the younger hunters, we don't know. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. But like clearly she thinks that it's important to deliver these messages to everybody. So like maybe she doesn't even think of it beyond that. It's just kind of like, this is like how I get stuff done here. Someone's got to do it, and I might as well do it right. But I don't know. I only kind of have a vague idea of her personality. Cool. All right. So these folds. Yeah, you coming to inspect my work, Charlie? Just gotta paint around you now. This is a pretty regular thing. She probably just wants to get on my lap, but it is so warm and you're kind of stinky right now. Why are you so stinky? Hmm? You are a silly cat, you know it. Silly, stinky Charlie. Okay. Yeah, I think the shirt could be a bit lighter. you know that you're like not supposed to go in my lap right now? Is that why you're just sitting in front of my monitor? This cat is ridiculous. Go clean yourself properly. Mousatrons. It's not great fabric. Very lumpy. Trim a little bit of the silhouette of it too, probably. And like, depending on what the material you're trying to convey is, how kind of sharp those folds are totally changes. So like a lighter fabric would have like thin, tight little wrinkles, whereas like a heavier, thicker material like leather would have like really, really round, soft, big folds. Where it like resists being bent, right? And like how easily does it conform to all of the like different elements of it pushing and pulling. Oh yeah, I wanted to give her a belt potentially. I think that could actually help quite a bit with this. Because right now, based on the design of that kind of like the bike bag, I actually have it right here. It like kind of crosses over the bottom of the rib cage right here. So like a belt would be below that. And I feel like she would probably have a wider kind of nice kind of decorative belt. Maybe it'd be utility though, like having kind of like potions and stuff like that on it. It'd be neat. So like, but ultimately I think it would just help break up the shapes in a good way. Provide a little more structure for her design and aesthetic. Plus, she's like raising this shoulder up to kind of lift the satchel. So I would actually have this shoulder dropping and have this hip coming up and this hip dropping to like counter that. So I think I'll see if that will work. It might not look quite right. But we could pop this hip out a bit more. Like, maybe it needs to raise up a bit. this I want to move. Okay, wrong layer. Just merge those layers. Try again. Okay, so I think I need to darken the leather. Oh, hit one too many buttons. Okay. And then I think the chainmail, I want to lighten it up a bit. Lighten up, chainmail. Same with this one. Yeah, okay. Then I think the leather needs to get darker up here as well. And I think we're starting to get a little more of that kind of gradient, or sorry, the value grouping that I think it needed. Got an auto save again. Actually, I haven't manually saved in a while, so I should do that. All right. That brightened the chainmail up a lot, but I think that was necessary to kind of like pull the metal parts together. And then we can detail some things like the back of the bag here, the sleeves. I think we could add like little interesting kind of, you know, embroidery or something nice to kind of make that look cool. But right now, I think I want to actually add some like details to the actual plate armor portion of it. Can I give it some interesting shape and texture, but nothing too detailed, probably just like little kind of rolled edges, or maybe a little bit of embossing. I also want it to be relatively shiny and reflective. It's polished armor, well taken care of, so it's gonna have a nice kind of reflective finish on it. In which case we're gonna get some darker reflections of shadows and light. And because it's kind of like a cylinder on the arm, it's actually going to be mirrored but like pinched in this direction. It's like a funhouse mirror where you took a flat mirror and you like kind of squished it into a cylinder. Everything that's reflecting like vertically is the same height, but everything reflected horizontally is squished down a lot. So that's why you're going to get the reflections being kind of like these streaks of light. And also this is top right, which currently is the direction the light is coming from. We have the image flipped from where it will probably end up being oriented. So with all this kind of reflected happening, we are changing the values presented here. So I might build up all those kind of like different kind of, you know, elements in the reflection and then knock it all back to kind of match the value I want. Just kind of flatten it out a bit once I've added all these reflections. And also, because we have implied these kind of lifted portions on the actual surface, we should probably actually use that. And now these are folding in the other way, So their reflections are going to be squashed and stretched opposite, aren't they? Shiny. Probably too detailed and too shiny. Get some little accents of color in there. Cool. All right, metal. And we'll want to do similar to the opposite side. But let's just make sure that our values are still kind of working together. So the hand, I think we need to kind of do something with it. It's struggling. Perhaps when we do something with the sleeve and the plate and stuff, I think we can figure out how to balance it all. It should be fine. So that's good. Alright, so now this bag strap needs to move out of the way for a second. Cool, and there as well. Sweet, alright. So those shoulder pads do still read pretty clearly, I think. That's good. They are kind of like nicely set off from the stuff below it. I almost wonder if a little too much. There is a lot of contrast right there, and that's kind of drawing my eyes quite effectively. So now I'm considering knocking them down a little bit. So we could do a luminosity layer, and let's just still kind of want to keep it a bit lighter at the outer edge so that the shape of it is well defined. But I kind of want it to blend more into the kind of cloak below. There we go. So it's drawing a lot less attention with it being knocked back just a little bit. Cool. Yeah, just a smidge too shiny, perhaps it was. Yeah. I think I want to get like the purple in there. Nice. All right, cool. Give that a save. Okay, we're actually getting kind of close to like the character being resolved. Not bad. Let's do a little place in the scene. See how she looks there. Alright. Yeah, those pauldrons look pretty nice. And then when using her in a shot like this, I could like add that green glow to kind of like her features and just kind of bring more attention to that nice glow. Also, I'm gonna be right back. Just 2 minutes. Alrighty. Sorry about that. I am back. Just decided to use the washroom, top up my water, and burn some incense. Get rid of that smelly cat. I don't actually know if it was Charlie. Might have been construction smells or something. Who knows? But yeah, actually there was, I guess it was like a little over a month ago. Maybe quite a bit more than a month ago actually, but there was like this smell while I was streaming, and I was like, what is that? And I assumed it was like construction, because sometimes there is just weird construction smells, because there are buildings going up all around me, really close. And I kind of tried to ignore it, but it got really bad, and then I realized that it was my fridge leaking Freon. So unexplained smells are now something that kind of like, I'm like, I should probably try to understand what that is. Just a little bit of a thing. But yeah, as far as I could tell, it's not my fridge leaking Freon again. Yeah, that was quite a situation, especially with cats. I had to like take a garbage bag and like tape off my kitchen itself, and I like put a fan in there to create a negative pressure room, and didn't get it replaced for a while. Had to throw out all my food. Not fun. And yeah, I was pretty nauseous because I was definitely sitting in it for too long, trying to stream and ignore the smell. Not a great thing to absorb into your body. Alright. Do not recommend. If I get like a couple of these where you can kind of make out that it's like a link, then that might help kind of sell the whole pile of material. And I'm just kind of jumping layers right here because it's convenient. There's already so many layers that are not in places that they should be that I'm just kind of like, it's at that point where I might just think about wanting to flatten the whole thing down and just be done with all the different layers. I feel like I talk about that every stream and then I regret actually trying it every time. So I've learned to not actually do it, but just talk about how I could. Kind of almost like a fuzzy wool look to it. So it's not exactly how I want it to look, but if I add more just deep dark shadows, it'll feel more metallic, maybe. But again, I want to try to work within the value grouping that I intend to, so don't want to overdo that. Okay, well, that's not bad. Your fridge always smells weird? I mean, fridges do get smells just because they kind of, stuff is just emitting essence within them, and that can just build up over time and, make it a little funky. But if there is kind of outside of the fridge a kind of maybe sometimes sweet but musty smell. It is possible that could be Freon, but um, I think it has to be like quite a volume of it for it to really even be like noticeably smelly. Like it was for me, it was like a big leak. Uh, and also, yeah, if you tend to be a bit nauseous a lot of the time, maybe that is a thing. Could be. I am not an expert on it, so don't rely on my information. Okay, I want more contrast around the sleeves, like the cuff of the sleeves. And I'm looking at it, I think that could be useful there. This chest piece here also could use a little more of the kind of value grouping that the shoulders have going on now, which could help the hand to stand out, which I think right now it needs. Yeah, I'll probably have to call the stream soon. As I said, there is some more stuff I need to get to today. It's a lot of kind of like sizing of assets and exporting and a little bit of a kind of headache to do, and so I don't want it to be the absolute end of the day where I have to like go through the mental gymnastics to do all the various exporting of assets and stuff, which after stream I tend to be a bit powered down, so that's all I'm thinking of. I don't want to use up all my energy before I have to get around to that. But not bad. Like, I feel like it's been a slow day with Anitha here, but like honestly it's been pretty slow to get anywhere with her design the whole time I've been working on her, unfortunately. I'm going to adjust the shape here. Is that bad? Maybe that was good. I think I need to get more folds happening as well. Yeah, if we want like a lighter fabric, then we want kind of smaller creases that like end quicker, because the material can kind of like shift to accommodate deformations much easier. Whereas like something that is stiffer, deformations have to kind of like travel across a material for quite a bit more of the surface area to actually like conform to all the kind of twisting and wrinkling and stuff, right? So if we want, yeah, like a lighter, softer material, which I think is good for an undershirt, we'll just have like lots of little wrinkles, triangles everywhere. I don't want her to look like she's just like wearing a super wrinkly shirt though. Like I want them to be kind of more folds because of all the like burden that she's hauling around So I'm not necessarily great at wrinkles and fabrics. It's not something I've figured out how to do really well yet. Fabric kind of works. Sure. I suppose this belt could also be a little more belt-like. Again, I actually expect that that area will be cropped out of an image for the most part anyways, so I'm not actually concerned about getting a lot of it rendered out there. All right, the cuffs. Let's see. I kind of feel like, okay, that scroll is blocking it here, but on this sleeve we could maybe get some nice little embroidering detail or something like that. That could look nice. I'm gonna have to make this go above. But not above the other hand. I don't know. Swords. Totally ignored you, cool swords. Basically just want them to feel a bit metallic. The red is a little much. Purple, however. That could work. Alrighty. I feel like I just want like massive rivet in this shoulder plate. It's interesting how these definitely do not mirror each other whatsoever. Oops. It's like these line up if they were flipped on each other. Like this is the bottom, that's the top, that's the bottom, that's the top kind of thing. So, oopsies. Eh, I don't think it's like that noticeable. Or you could like double them. Alright, and jumping back to that embroidery, make it more metallic. And then maybe we actually have under that sleeve be kind of that darker fabric. Or are we going to draw too much tension with that? Okay, and then the hand here. Yeah, Charlie? Just did a big Charlie meow. She usually does that when she wakes up. It's kind of a I'm confused sound effect. Where am I? Who am I? Okay, and then the shield here. Kind of flatten that all down a little bit. And the actual hand. Maybe have like rim light from that shiny gold, which again, it's like, okay, that's not too sensical, too much logic-ing to have that be so bright. But like, does it draw your eye to that gold? Does it kind of add a little pop of contrast that we might want there? Does it make it more legible to you? Maybe, maybe not. But if so, probably something to keep. If it makes it harder to understand, should probably try to get that cleaned up. Alrighty, let's give that a save, and I think I might actually call it because I'm starting to feel that kind of like energy level dipping, and I think where the piece is at, it's pretty much ready to kind of go into other assets. And once they're kind of like in them, I can have a better idea of how I want to tweak them to have her just kind of like fit that space better. But we'll take a quick look at it on an example fan page banner, or rather news post, I mean. It's the internal file. Because Facebook, we used to do fan page banners before we were even doing news posts, I believe. All right. So she looks pretty good. I think that, yeah, like I'll kind of put a little bit of a light blast behind just to kind of cut her out a bit better. And like it's probably better to do this per piece because different like scenes that I might want to put her on top of, like the colors and values of the backdrop are going to be different. So it's probably better to address it like for each kind of situation rather than just try to kind of put like a glow that is going to work for everything behind on the base file. All right. Well, it's still like there's some minor details that I think will be nice to clean up, but I think that's gonna need me to have like fresh eyes, and I think I've kind of reached that point. Too much fighting with fingers in the morning. Just like demon pixels in UI where there's like a half pixel that's kind of like ruining a layout. I have to hunt it down and fight it. Same with kind of, you know, trying to get really specific details on a character that aren't working. I will fight that for a while. So may not have been the most efficient, but I think it's good for it. She's looking pretty cool. I want to hang out with her. I think she's got a lot of good stories to share for sure. And I hope you all enjoy. I think she's pretty neat. Hopefully the rest of the community embraces her and kind of enjoys the kind of aspects that she brings to the universe. We'll see what those are in time, I imagine. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, MouseHunt art has come a long way from the white mouse. You're right. Yeah. Every once in a while, I enjoy just kind of pulling up the white mouse just to be like, yep, it's very different. It's come quite some ways. All right, let me grab the Larry link again, just in case anybody missed it. Copy link and paste. That should be the one. I have already claimed. Very good. Okay, cool. All right, well, I think that's going to be it for me today, but I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I know it's not necessarily the typical kind of MouseHunt art stream, but I hope it was engaging and fun and not too, you know, just nitpicky details. Come on, move on, Jacob. But I hope there were moments that were cool, or at least kind of. And honestly, this is how I prefer people to engage with my streams, because they go for, you know, an entire work day. Just kind of like having it off to the side and you kind of look in every once in a while and see what the progression is as what's happened there. But yeah, I hope you had a good time, and I'll stop repeating myself. I've said so many of the exact same thing on repeat all day today. My brain's just stuck on loop. So I think I'll escape right now. But have a good weekend, everybody. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I shall see you next time. Catch you later.